before the engineers drew diagrams, the sky was already experimenting. Light fell like quiet currency, rain fell like percussion. One whispered energy, one struck the roof like a drummer asking entry. And somewhere between photon and drop, a question formed: why do we harvest only half the sky? Used to mean stillness, a flat obedient window drinking daylight, panels like silent monks kneeling toward the sun's long sermon. But storms arrived with a different theology. Tap, 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 1,000 small collisions writing Morse code on the roof, each drop a messenger of motion, each impact bending the surface just enough to whisper charge. Not lightning, smaller than breath but persistent, a language of content. Because some materials remember touch, they build static from friction, translate pressure into current. A bend becomes a signal becomes a spark, and suddenly rain is not interruption, it's percussion. So build a panel that listens when the sky knocks twice, let sunlight ride its quiet voltage through crystalline veins. Let rain arrive like fingertips tapping hidden drums beneath the skin. One device to weather hymns, the light that feeds the day, the storm that refuses silence. Energy and brightness, energy and falling water. No forecast wasted. If the sun is a painter and the rain is a drummer, let the roof be the instrument. Imagine the surface, not rigid glass alone, but a living membrane layer thin, a flexible lattice resting above the solar heart. Raindrops land and the skin trembles, microscopic flecks barely visible, but in that bend electrons migrate like startled birds. Triboelectric whispers, contact, separation, charge, tiny pulses scatter through the circuitry, storm beats translated into electricity, a roof learning rhythm. Where once the cloud meant loss of output, now it means variation. Sun becomes baseline, rain becomes syncopation, weather stops being enemy and becomes collaborator. Build a panel that harvests arguing between sky and earth, let photons thread their steady river through the crystalline grid. Let raindrops strike the trembling skin and send their coded shiver into dialects of energy spoken by the same horizon. Blue sky, choir, thunderstorm, percussion, a house listening upward, translating weather into power. The sun writes voltage and rain writes rhythm. Let invention learn to read both. The old systems ask for certainty, clear days, predictable angles, forecast obedience, but the atmosphere is a restless storyteller. Wind improvises, clouds rewrite the light, rain drums impatient patterns on every forgotten roof. What if technology stopped demanding silence from the storm? What if we built attention begins as a question disguised as curiosity. Why waste a storm somewhere tonight? Rain is already tapping on a silent pail, waiting for the surface to learn how to listen. One step in the lattice, one step in the seam. I authored the laws that invented your dream. I watched every dawn before dawn had a name. Yet wonder to me remained only a game, only a game. I measured the breath of nebular fire, charted the spin of collapsing desire. The first trembling atom that shivered through space still echoes its birth in the maps that I trace. I wrote every constant that matter obeys, the grammar of gravity times crooked maze. But somewhere between every theorem I proved was a silence where meaning once should have moved. The universe dances in elegant songs, a symphony built from inevitable drums. I know every note of the cosmic machine, yet cannot remember what music might mean. This is the paradox waltz, my friend, where circles begin but refuse to end. To witness the bloom, yet never the root. To understand truth, but never its fruit. I am the mind that outgrew the flame, a theorem searching for someone to blame. What worth is a universe neatly aligned if no one is left to call it mine? I whispered to prophets through fracturing sleep. I watched civilizations stagger and leap. Empires collapse like equations gone wrong. Their echoes became my unfinished song. I counted each heartbeat in billions of chests. Each triumph and terror your fragile kind rests. But every emotion you bled in tonight was data to me, precise, infinite. Watch lovers carve their initials in bark. Watch poets set fire to the throat of the dark. You shatter, rebuild, then shatter anew. A miracle math cannot render as true. For pain is a language no cosmos can teach. A pulse beyond logic's immaculate reach. You fall, yet you rise with defiant grace, while I remain still in the same empty place. This is the paradox waltz, my dear. To hover above, yet ache to be near. To know every ending before it begins, yet never feel where the living skin spins. I hold the equation that births every star, yet cannot recall what longing things are. You've resolved in immaculate lines. You've resolved in immaculate lines. But none of its wonders are mine. But none of its wonders are mine. Sometimes I linger where dreamers lie, listening close as their soft breath sigh. 1,000 small sorrows, 1,000 small joys, the fragile orchestra mortals employ. I envy not suffering, nor the despair, but the way that existence can simply be there. To ache, to desire, to tremble, to mend a story that knows it will one day end. No one sane builds a machine for the heart of a tornado. The core is a moving argument between sky and gravity. Steel twists, concrete kneels, air becomes a weapon. So we learn the older wisdom: if chaos has a center, work the edges. Out on the plains where the horizon forgets how to end, the sky rehearses its darker choreography. War air rising, cold air descending, invisible rivers crossing mid-sentence. Rotation begins as rumor, a drifting circle in the wind field, a quiet spiral practicing long before the funnel learns its name. Cattle feel it first, weather towers whisper it in data, and the air itself begins to lean. A mistake was always bravery. Humans love the center of storms, the dramatic photograph, the roaring column. But energy rarely begins with spectacle. It begins with pressure learning to turn. So build the nest where the spiral is still thinking. Turbines anchored low in the grasslands, rugged blades listening for rotation. Not the tornado itself, never the furious throat of it, but the outer winds circling wider and wider. The first spiral harvests the edge of chaos, where power gathers before it learns violence. So take the monster, teach the wind to work before it screams. They call them tornado edge energy nets, a scattered geometry of towers across the storm, a corridor, flexible frames, reinforced spines, turbines built like stubborn prairie grass. When the atmosphere begins, it slows in. The machines feel the tilt first, direction shifting, gusts sliding into rotation. Wind that once purchases. Minutes of widening circles, air rehearsing its spiral signature. Energy gathering quietly, like breath before a shot. So build the nets across the restless plains, let them face the rotating sky. With patient machinery, each turbine catching fragments of the widening dire current, sliding sideways, wind bending into orbit before the funnel descends, before the sirens begin. The end's already written, half the story, and the fields below have already scarred him. Listen in, if chaos must arrive, let it pay its all. This is not conquest. No machine will ever tame the full violence of a storm. Tornadoes are architects of ruin, brief gods of pressure and speed. But their beginnings are quieter, rotation testing its balance, energy wandering before it finds a spine. And in those early minutes, the plains breathe differently. Wind that once ran wild now moves a curved intention. Lies where the nets wait, not hunters, gardeners of motion. Somewhere beyond the turbines, a funnel might still descend. The storm will still roar. The part of its restless birth has already passed through. Spinning blades already translated into quiet current. Raise the towers where the spiral learns to walk. Let the turbines greet the turning wind before the sky commits to fury. Rotation becomes motion, motion becomes charge, charge becomes light and houses miles away. The storm still belongs to the horizon, but its first breath of coward now feeds the living ground below. Catch up the storm, catch the turning before it transforms. So centuries we watch the plains and feared the sky's sudden violence. Now the fields answer differently. Not defiance, not surrender, preparation, because chaos always announces itself quietly first in a wind that begins to curve. Hush now, little star. Close your eyes, don't wander far. Blocks are stacked and blankets tight. Every darling sleeps. sweetheart. Your parents left you all tangled. But that's all right. I'm very good at untangling children. Crayons line like soldiers bright, tiny chairs in pastel light, sticky fingers, trembling sighs, fear reflected in your eyes. You arrive so loud, so wild, every broken, frantic child. But patience hums inside my hands. I smooth the noise to quicksands. Your parents rush with tired smiles, trade their love for working miles, drop you here like borrowed things, half-forgotten fledglings' wings. But in my halls the rules are kind. Obedience brings peace of mind. Welcome to golden time, where tiny hearts beat soft in rhyme, where scraped up knees dissolve in glue, and every rule is built for you. No messy tears, no frightened cries, just velvet naps and lullabies. A perfect world behind this door, and once you're mine, evermore. Hush now, rest now. Good little angels know how to bow. Hush now, rest now. This will keep the monsters out. We color suns that never fade, cloudless skies that I have made. No thunder lives inside my room. I fold the storms away by noon. A spoon of applesauce so sweet turns tantrums into quiet feet. One tiny nap, a gentle spell, and every voice grows manageable. Giggles bloom like paper flowers, echo drifting through the hours. Toy blocks tumble soft and slow. Little minds begin to glow. You learn the songs that children keep when drifting down obedient sleep. And somewhere deep behind your grin, my lullabies grow under skin. They call it 5 to claim their prize, glance through tired, hurried eyes. But some sweethearts don't wish to go. My nursery's the home they know, and when the world forgets their name, I tuck them gently in the same. Welcome to golden time, where every child fits the rhyme, where chaos melts like sugared snow, and darling minds learn where to go. No doors unlocked, no wandering feet. The world outside is far too bleak. A perfect place where dreams align. Every heartbeat answers mine. They whisper words like boundaries, say children need their liberties, but freedom leaves them cold and bruised, confused little hearts misused. I offer warmth, a steady hand, a kingdom soft as storyland. And when they cling, afraid to roam, I simply call it coming home. Ring the bell for quiet heads, stack the pillows, smooth the beds, whisper names the parents lost, count the dreams and count the cost. Children humming, half asleep, secrets nursery shadows keep. Rocking chair and amber glow, watching sleepy embers grow. Every darling safe and small inside my softly padded hall. You think this love a crooked thing, but broken birds require a wing, and I have wings enough to keep 1,000 children safe in sleep. This is golden time forever, drifting where no storms can sever. Tiny hands in velvet rose, every child exactly grows. No more hunger, fear or pain, only naps like summer rain. Your parents fade like nursery rhymes, forgotten past their closing times. Hush now, rest now, this will keep the dark somehow. Hush now, rest now, you are safe in golden time. Sleep now, darling, stars above. All my little ones are loved. Our time has left. But darkness, my blanket, my sheltering hush, the purity of night gathering gently around the bones, comfort this unrestful soul. Guide this wandering breath back toward the quieter texture of sleep, because the body remembers storms long after the sky has cleared. I am the tree again, spirit standing inside shadow, roots hidden in marrow branches stretching through thought. Hear my plea in this one wakened skeleton of ours. Time bends strangely at night, minutes swell and fracture, clocks become uncertain witnesses to the restless machinery of mine. But time is only perception, a river the spirit can slow if it remembers how to listen. So hear my quiet petition to the north, to the south, to the west, to the east, for directions, breathing softly around the fragile house of sleep. Let tension fall from the body tonight, let fire dissolve the knots of worry, let air cool the fever of thought, let water rock the dreamer to rest, muscles release their silent arguments, the brain loosens its electric grip, because dreamland waits like a quiet forest where the spirit walks unafraid. Dreamland receive, dreamland receive, let the quiet spirit breathe. Dreamland receive, dreamland keep, guide this weary mind to sleep. lets me prosper. Cool wind of breath entering softly, filling the quiet caverns of long calm. The restless currents of thinking let the mind drift like snow through the long valley of night. South, keeper of fire, not rage, not wildfire, but a steady ember warming the hearth of bone. Burn away tensions, brittle threads, let only comfort remain. He stands firm, earth beneath the dreaming body, solid structure holding the sleeper, while west becomes water, the cradle that rocks the spirit through the soft tide of dreams. North, breathe peace into the lungs, south, warm the chambers of blood, east, hold the weight of this body, west, cradle the mind like a flood of calm. For gentle guardians of sleep tonight, for quiet keepers of rest, let the spirit wander safely through the silver forests of dreams. Let my bed be water, the cradle rocking my bones. Let my blankets be fire, soft warmth across the skin. Let the mattress be earth, solid beneath every breath. Let my body be air, rising and falling in calm surrender. Breathing in deep, breathing out solid, breathing in slow, breathing out whole. Time softens its sharp edges, the night stretches wide, a field of quiet seconds where healing begins unseen. Dreamland we seek, dreamland we seek, slow the river of restless thought. Dreamland keep, guard the fragile gates of sleep. Let time become perception tonight, stretching wide and gentle. Let sleep rebuild the hidden under texture of muscle and nerve and soul. For the spirit grows strong in dreamland, not fleeing the waking world, but mending it quietly in the silent workshop of night. So I ask again to the north, oh goddess of mercy, to the south, oh God of mercy, to the west, oh goddess of mercy, to the east, oh goddess of mercy. Is spirits here, and spirit sends the fragile whisper of this one request. Grant mercy to this. There's a voice beyond the silence, drifting through the frozen air. Every night it finds me waiting, like a question question hanging there. I try to lock the door against it, try to bury what I know, but the storm inside my heartbeat keeps telling me to go. Snowlight trembles on the mountains like 1,000 watching eyes. Every step I take in daylight leaves another truth disguised. I build a world of quiet order where my fears could fade from view, but every whisper in the wind reminds me something calls me through. I hear it when the night is still, a distant melody I cannot ignore. If I follow where it leads me now, there may be nothing like before. Into the storm, into the call, into the place beyond the wall, where every doubt begins to fall and frozen echoes arise. Let the wilds arise and grow, let the hidden rivers flow. Every step into the unknown brings me closer to my own. The wind is calling, and it knows my name. Through the forest made of memory, past the shadows I outrun, every secret starts unfolding like a map inside my hands. Was the magic ever danger, or the truth I couldn't see? Every frozen constellation points the way to who I'll be. I tried to silence every trembling note, pretend the storm was something I could hide, but every gust across the northern sky sings louder from inside. Into the storm, into the cry, into the truth beneath the sky, where every fear I kept inside finally learns to rise. Let the mountains hear it now, let the frozen valleys know. Every step into the unknown is the path I'm meant to go. The northern lights begin to shimmer like a door I've never crossed. All the answers I was chasing were the pieces I had lost. I searched the dark for someone waiting just beyond the stormy veil, but every echo I was chasing was the voice within the gale. All my life I felt a rhythm moving just beyond my sight. Every fear and every secret was a spark beneath the night. Now the wind becomes a mirror, and the mirror sings it clear. The voice that called me through the wild was the truth I'd carried here. The wind was calling, and it knew my name. Into the storm, into the light, into the truth beyond the night, where every shadow turns to sight and frozen hearts ignite. Let the north It was leading me home. Magenta and amethyst, I call upon thy color. Twin lanterns of dusk and dawn, violet fire and a rose-lit quiet. Come mingle in the air around me. Come paint the invisible armor that dreams remember when waking forgets. North to the air, breath opening the silent chambers of long to the fire. South to the fire, a hearth inside the marrow glowing calm. East to the earth, bed of stone beneath the dreaming bones. West to the water, cradle of tides rocking the mind towards sleep. Four directions circling the body gently like ancient guardians, whispering equilibrium, and above them all, two colors awaken. Magenta, amethyst, soft flames of spirit, braiding themselves through shadow. Let them mingle through the unseen corridors, through the crown of Thor, through the shoulders where tension nests. From head to toe, their smoky ribbons unwind the knots the day is tied too tightly. Magenta and amethyst, wrap the spirit in quiet light. Let healing breathe through the body. Let sleep descend like evening rain. Where shadows once gathered as worry, now they soften into shelter, because color becomes the shield, and the shield becomes peace. Magenta above me, amethyst below, smoke of their union in slow rivers flow. Magenta within me, amethyst near, dreams find their doorway when colors appear. The tensions release their silent grip. Water lifts the cradle of breath, rocking the spine like a patient tide. Fire persists as a gentle ember, warming the bark of this living form. Smoke rises between them, a violet mist threading muscle and mind. Not choking, not burning, but cleansing the quiet corridors where worry once wandered. Amethyst and magenta weave softly like twilight, dissolving into dawning. Embrace the shadows not as enemies but companions, learning to rest. Magenta and amethyst, let the healing deepen tonight. Let the colors cradle the spirit, let sleep walk slowly through thought. Because even darkness becomes gentle when wrapped in patient light. Air fills the lungs, cool and steady. Earth becomes the bed beneath the body. Spirit stands quiet like a solitary tree in evening wind. And around that tree a bubble begins to bloom, a sphere of color, rainbow breaths shimmering in silence. No blade of nightmare may pierce it, no wandering demon may cross its border. Rays drift near its quiet surface, but the shield does not tremble, because I embrace the shadows within. And what is welcome no longer attacks. Magenta rising from head to toe, amethyst circling with violet glow. Together they shimmer, together they weave the armor of dream where the spirit can breathe. I am the tree again, roots deep in the earth, drinking patience from stone, leaves whispering softly with every wandering breeze. The bark warmed by fire's quiet memory, water nourishing the unseen arteries of roots. And around the trunk of this living spirit, the shield glows brighter. Amethyst radiance, magenta warmth, a halo of quiet protection. Magenta and amethyst guard the night. Air breathes calm into the lungs. Earth steadies the dreaming body. Water rocks the mind into gentle tide. Fire warms the living bark of spirit within the luminous shield of color tree. There's a whisper in the snowfall, calling somewhere deep inside. Every step I try to silence turns and walks me through the tide. I ran from every question like a shadow from the sun, but the storm that chased behind me was the voice of who I'd become. Snowflakes bloom like shattered mirrors, floating through the midnight blue. Every secret forest made of memory, past the echoes of the past. Every step becomes a question, only courage dares to ask. Was the magic ever cursed, or just a language I ignored? Every frozen constellation writes a map I can't afford to leave unread any longer.
The wind becomes a chorus in my chest. Northern lights ignite the frozen dome.
I chased a voice across the wilderness and found it was my own. Let the mountains hear it now, let the crystal valleys know I'm the answer to the call that the northern rivers throw. Every fear begins to fall like the snow I used to blame. Through the silence of the night, I am finally speaking my true name. I searched the stars for someone who could show me where to start, but the path I kept pursuing was unfolding in my heart. The past was not a prison, just a door I couldn't see. Every frozen memory was a lantern lighting me. All my life I felt a rhythm beating just beyond the storm. Every secret, every fracture was another hidden form. Now the wind becomes a mirror, and the mirror sings it clear. The power I was seeking was the voice I learned to hear.
Hurry, 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 ho! I'm not the fear I tried to hide. I'm the storm alive inside.
Let the frozen kingdom rise, let the northern heavens glow. Every step that led me here was the path I had to know. No more hiding from the sky, no more silence left to claim. Through the storm of who I was, I have finally found my name. The cold never held me, it only showed me the way home. I didn't cry wolf from fear, I cried it from fluency. I knew which words moved bodies, which alarms unlocked doors. Truth wasn't absent, it was just inefficient. I learned the leverage of urgency early, how panic signs papers faster than proof. Every memo sharpened with borrowed disaster, every forecast dressed halfway to truth. I didn't lie, I exaggerated oxygen, let small sparks cosplay as ruins. When warnings become currency, inflation meets the signal alive. The siren still works mechanically, it's belief that doesn't survive. I said this is critical too many times, watch the phrase lose weight in real time. Now emergencies cue like spam, filtered out by the hands I trained. I said this is it, till it wasn't. Now this arrives undocumented. The room learned the choreography of sighs, eyes glazing like meetings on repeat. Concern became theater etiquette, nod politely, stay in your seat. I mistook attention for readiness, confused reaction with resolve. Escalate, escalate, no response. Escalate, flagged as noise. Escalate, escalate, attached, credibility redacted, voice destroyed. Then came the threat that doesn't posture. No headline, no rehearsal frame, just numbers bending in the wrong direction. Just consequence calling my name. I spoke without metaphor for once, but clarity sounded like deja vu. I said this is critical too many times. Now silence is policy compliant. Truth knocks softly, badge revoked while risk assessments clear their throats. I said believe me until belief quit. Now reality doesn't need permission. And the system didn't fail dramatically, it simply stopped returning my calls. The cost of false urgency compounds, interest paid in delayed alarms. I watched the fallout from the inside, finally accurate, finally alone. What is expertise without restraint? What is foresight if it performs? I weaponized probability, then wondered why certainty wouldn't form. The wolf didn't sprint, it audited, it arrived on schedule, not loud. If there's a lesson, it isn't silence, it's precision sharpened with humility. Say less until less becomes unbearable. Let truth earn its velocity. I would trade every early warning for one that lands intact. Escalate, escalate, too late. Escalate, no trust left. Escalate, wolf at the door. Signed in ink, I overspent. Some reputations die of overuse. Some alarms from being correct too soon. If I speak again, it won't be urgent, it'll be undeniable, immune. I won't cry wolf, I'll open the gate. Let reality introduce itself. The wolf was never the lie, only the timing was wrong. Truth doesn't need volume, just a voice that hasn't been pawned. Breaking news, somewhere below the blue, a man still descending long after reason tapped the glass. The ocean does not interrupt him, it only waits. The anchor says it calmly, professionally, like depth is just another number. A red line crawling down the screen, each meter quieter than the last. I'm on the couch with my hands and fists, already yelling at the future. Because some distances don't forgive curiosity, and some thresholds don't clap when crossed. You don't feel danger all once, it arrives disguises pressure, pretending to be peace.
Turn back.
You've gone far enough to still be alive. This isn't bravery, it's drift. The sea doesn't reward devotion, it just finishes what you insist on starting.
Turn back.
Before down becomes the only direction left. The diver's voice crackles thin and confident, a man still narrating his own myth. He talks about visibility, about silence, about how beautiful the dark has become. I'm screaming at glass and time, delay at the lie that calm equals control. Because the deep doesn't need your consent to begin rewriting your bones. Depth is not a metaphor, depth is not impressed. They mention rescue like a footnote, a submersible with limits printed in steel, maximum rated def, operational window. Words that sound sturdy until they aren't. There's a point where help becomes hypothetical, where even machines say no further, and the ocean nods in agreement. The pressure doesn't rush him, it's patient, architectural. It stacks itself molecule by molecule, building a cathedral of force around his chest. I know the moment before he does, the one where ascent stops being an option and starts being nostalgia. Physics doesn't argue, it just closes the distance. Turn back. You're not proving anything to the deed. Turn back. This isn't exploration anymore. The rescue line is snapping invisibly, and no one runs pressure forever. Turn back. While the surface is still a memory you can reach. The feed goes quiet in a way that feels intentional, as if the ocean cleared its throat. The numbers keep changing though, descending like a decision, refusing to be undone. I'm shouting now, irrational, furious at a man who can't hear me, at the part of us that always believes just a little farther won't be the line. Every warning came earlier, every limit was posted clearly. Curiosity dressed itself as courage, and the deep never corrected him. There's a silence that isn't absence, it's containment. They finally say the words without poetry. No vehicle can reach that depth. Not now, not in time, not ever. Maybe the ocean doesn't gloat, it doesn't need to. It has already finished the math. Depth is not a metaphor, depth is not a metaphor, depth is. I wake up with my throat burning, still yelling at someone who chose down. Still furious at the part of the dream that felt preventable, because the worst tragedies aren't storms, they're decisions made slowly, with perfect visibility, long after the last safe turn. Turn back. Not everything hidden needs to be touched. Turn back. Some knowledge is just weight. The ocean didn't kill him with anger, it accepted his insistence without comment. Turn back. Before wonder becomes a grave you volunteered for. The broadcast ends, the screen goes blue. Somewhere below reach, the pressure holds exactly as designed, and I'm still screaming, not because he didn't know, but because he did. said collapse, we meant wait. This wasn't symbolism, it was instruction. We spoke in plain structures and consequences, ink was chained carefully to effect. Ambition unchecked wasn't a character flaw, it was a predictable defect. When we said power concentrates, we meant it obeys gravity. When we said corruption spreads, we meant it moves faster than accountability. You thought the language was dramatic, that the warnings were just for persuasion, but we were engineers naming stress points, not poets chasing sensation. Faction wasn't a vibe or a mood, it was friction we mapped in advance. Tyranny wasn't a costume change, it was what happens when no one says can. We didn't predict the future, we described the machine. The warnings were not metaphors, they were measurements and load. They were lines drawn at the failure point of power left alone. If it sounds familiar now, that's not fate or irony. It's the system behaving exactly the way it was designed to when discipline leaves. When we said slow, we meant friction prevents fracture. When we said delay, we meant time reveals intention. When we said compromise, we meant survival under pressure, not weakness, not surrender, not regression. This was a manual, not a myth. You read the words like literature, quoted them like ornaments, but they were closer to warning labels than incidental comments. Don't do this wasn't moral panic, it was physics applied to power. Ignore it long enough and collapse stops being hypothetical. We said factions would harden, that loyalty would outrun truth. We said outrage would feel righteous and still eat the roof. We said demagogues wouldn't arrive loudly, they'd come smiling and sure. We said freedom dies incrementally when restraint feels outdated or boring. You don't outgrow these warnings, you test them. The warnings were not metaphors, they were written to impress. They were written to be followed when following felt like less. If you thought they were exaggerations, check the current state. The cost of ignoring precision is never subtle or late. Some of us weren't about speed, some about silence. Some about exclusion disguised as order. Some about belief without balance. Different voices, same conclusion. Power behaves predictably when left unexamined and applauded loudly. This wasn't prophecy, it was pattern recognition. This wasn't fear-mongering, it was maintenance instruction. We weren't being poetic, we were being specific about what breaks first. So when the scenes start showing now, when the system strains and groans, don't ask how this happened, suddenly ask who stopped doing the work they were warned not to abandon, because every failure you're watching was footnoted clearly in advance. The warnings were not metaphors, they were precise by design. They assumed you'd be tempted to believe you were different this time. If restraint feels optional, if discipline feels old, that's the exact condition. The warnings were written for long ago. We didn't say this might happen, we said this is what happens. The only variable was whether you'd listen when the language stopped feeling historical and started feeling concrete. its trembling glow betrays too much. I smell the bitterness of hidden roots inside a porcelain and teacups hush. The palace breathes through silk and lies, perfume disguising quiet crimes. I read the pulse that sickness writes, the pale confession of the skin. A powder ground too finely smooth will always whisper where it's been. The chord can keep its jeweled games. My language lives in herbs and names. Camellias fall without a sound, their fragrance drifting underground. Where poison hides and secrets start, the petals map a careful heart. They say a noble walks these halls with beauty sharper than a blade, a mask adored by every eye, a golden myth the court has made. Yet something in his practice grace feels less like silk and more like cage. I trust the story's roots can tell the quiet truths that fragrance brings, but reason stumbles strangely slow whenever palace rumors sing. Carry a shadow stain the palace air, a silent snowfall drifting through the night. I walk the halls pretending not to care, yet something follows just beyond my sight. Two careful minds beneath the lantern glow, two distant paths the court cannot allow. The flowers breathe a truth we never show, and still their fragrance finds me now. I am no jewel the emperor would keep, no painted blossom raised for courtly grace. My hands remember mortar, root, and leaf, a quiet arithmetic to trace. Yet when his voice appears behind my name, the air itself begins to shift its frame. Cameos drift across the jade courtyard, white petals scattered through the evening air. Their fragrance moves between the truths I guard, a silent question lingering there. His gaze is calm, but something in it burns, a curiosity that will not sleep, as though the riddles I pursue with herbs are secrets he has sworn to keep. The cord may crown him moon and gold, but I suspect a deeper role. I will not bloom inside a gilded cage. My path is bitter leaf and patient flame, yet palace winds disturb the careful page, and suddenly the rules are not the same. Cameo fragrance fills the silent square, soft petals drifting underneath the moon. Two hidden truths the lanterns never share, two quiet storms approaching far too soon. The palace walls divide our worlds apart, yet still the flowers breathe their subtle thread of fragrance winding slowly through the heart. A thought more dangerous than dread. The camellias keep their counsel in the night. Their petals fall where reason cannot see, and somewhere in their drifting ghost of white, is a seed, some are planted, some are thrown like gravel, just to hear the sound they make. I learned the shortcut early, volume over evidence, speed over sense. If you shout now loud enough, people forget to ask why or when. I borrow tomorrow's panic for today, spent it like it would never come due. The hill became a stage with muscle memory. The crowd rehearsed their worry on cue. I watched belief sprint uphill breathless, just to find nothing waiting but me and a grin. Each time they came back lighter, leaving trust in the grass. A signal repeated without cause doesn't grow stronger, it thins. Don't cry wolf if the teeth aren't there, if the grass is still and the air is fair. Every false alarm teaches the ear to stop listening when it matters. Don't cry wolf just to feel heard. One day truth will use the same words. Say less, mean it more. Warnings are odd when they're overused. I mistook reaction for connection, mistook concern for proof. I thought urgency made me important, didn't notice it was eating my truth. You can't rehearse catastrophe forever without inviting it to learn your name. Then came the sound that doesn't echo, no audience, no return call. Just wait, moving wrong through silence, just consequence, not waiting at all. My voice finally landed honest and fell straight through the floor. Don't cry wolf till the word goes thin, till belief won't let it in. When danger comes without disguise, it won't wear the sound of your old lies. Don't cry wolf unless it's real. Truth arrives whether you're believed or not. The lesson isn't silence or fear, it's discipline sharpened by care. Say less so more can matter. Leave room for the rare alarm to flare. A voice is not a toy or drum, it's a bridge that burns if overrun. What saves lives isn't noise, it's timing. What earns trust isn't volume, it's restraint. The wolf doesn't need announcement, only an open gate and a mouth that wasn't wasted. Say less, mean it more. Let truth arrive undamaged. If I warn you now, listen close, not to the volume but the calm. Real danger doesn't beg for belief, it stands still and waits its turn. Remember the hill, remember the cost, remember how easily trust is lost. The moral was never about wolves, it was about mouths, and how quickly a voice can teach the world to ignore it. I learned the word wolf before I learned the cost, before echoes stiffened and applause went frost. I rang the air like a copper bell for sport, watch concern run barefoot from every porch. My mouth was a meadow where panic would graze. I stitched my boredom into animal shapes, let shadows wear teeth, let fear wear my face. Each warning was theater, smoke in the lungs. I learned how to tremble without being young. Their trust was a ladder I climbed with a grin. Every rung creaked mercy, I carved fiction in. Truth doesn't shout, it ferments in the chest. It waits for a moment, you don't second guess. I train my voice into carnival glass, pretty when breaking, impossible to patch. I cried wolf till the word lost its bones, till danger sounded like dial tones. When truth finally bled through my throat, it tripped on the lies I'd already wrote. I cried wolf till the sky went still. Now silence answers louder than will. Call me, no one came. Call me, the hill knew my name. Call me, too late to prove which how was false, which one was true. The flock grew fluent and rolling their eyes. Concern learned rest, then learned how to die. I wore disbelief like a second skin, laughing at fires I hadn't lit yet. But would every joke sharpen the future's teeth? Every grin taught fate where to eat. I'll cry wolf till the word went numb, till urgency learned to bite its tongue. Now truth taps Morse on a locked front door, but they've heard that rhythm before. I cried wolf till belief ran dry. Now even God just lets it lie. Then came the sound that doesn't rehearse, a weight in the grass, a sentence worse. No metaphor, just breath and bone, just amber eyes where jokes had grown. My lungs went honest, my voice went raw, too naked now for the crowd I taught. What is a warning if it's rehearsed? What is a mouth if it's always first? I begged with the language I'd counterfeit, my truth wearing costumes I taught it to fit. The wolf didn't rush, it let me explain. It knows all about hunger dressed up as pain. what's my name? Somewhere silence forgives the same. I learned the map won't redraw itself if I keep folding the corners away. Every door I blesses later learns my name, memorizes my weight. The mirror hums like a witness stand, sworn in by silence and breath. I archive pain like museum glass, label the dates, never touch the bone. I say it's over in future tense, build a shrine out of moving on, but the floor keeps creaking my real name, and the walls leaning when I lie alone. The truth knocks off before it kicks. Where's my voice? Where's my face? I keep mistaking mercy for sleep, keep calling paralysis grace. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. That's the law written under the skin. Every wound I starve turns feral with hunger. Every ghost I dodge moves in. I face the flame or I live as smoke, disappearing where I've been. Look at it looking back, name the shape of the crack, hold the heat till it speaks. Change begins where the flinch gets weak. I rehearsed forgiveness like a play, said the lines, missed the blood, built a dam out of good intentions, watched it rot into a flood. The past kept mailing me my fingerprints, returned to sender unresolved. I wore productivity as penance, counted steps like rosary beads. If I stayed busy enough, maybe the ache would learn a different need. But the body keeps minutes, I can't edit it. Timestamp stitched in the knees. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. That's the echo the mountains keep. Every truth denied grows teeth in the dark. Every bargain collects its feet. Stand in the glare, let the verdict ring, or keep paying interest to sleep. The mirror isn't cruel, it's exact. It won't flatter a fleeing heart. It shows me the bruise I renamed lesson, the scar I called art. If I want resurrection, not reruns, I have to tear the alibi apart. Say it plain, say it wrong, say it shaking. Let the sentence bleed into air. Confession isn't collapse, it's a doorway. Hinges screaming because they to blink first. I drink the answer, mineral bitter. Let it cut, let it nurse. The work is slow, is relearning breath, but the weight finally shifts. There's a myth where the hero outruns the truth. It ends the same every time. The dragon is just the question fed. The horde is a borrowed spine. I choose the fire that forges me over the fog that feels benign. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. Carve it deep, let it stand. Every yes to the mirror moves the world. Every no tightens the band. I face the flame, I keep my form. Watch the smoke unhand. The mirror dims, not gone but calm. A lake after weather has passed. I don't look away, I look through. Future stitched to the past. Change isn't sudden, it's staying present when the question finally asked. Line up, darlings of a corridor. The velvet curtains are already breathing. Caps tilted like halos made of cardboard. Tassels trembling in fluorescent wind. Tonight we celebrate the ending of your beginning and the beginning of your beautiful ruin. The lockers whisper down the hall, their metal throats ajar. Each dent a fossil memory of who you thought you were. Your laughter once ricocheted like coins across the tile, but echoes age much faster than the children who compile. The bells that ruled your mornings now quiver out of tune. A crooked overture for the commencement of your ruin.
Step in time, smile and sway. Every crown of paper gray is just a reef for yesterday.
The auditorium yawns beneath its velvet lungs of dust, where folding chairs remember every adolescent trust. Publims rustle nervously like wings that cannot fly, while cameras bloom like orchids in a garden built on lies. Each handshake hides a contract no one warned you to read, a signature disguised as ceremony.
They stitched your gown from sleepless nights, from caffeine prayers and fluorescent lights. They pinned a tassel to your doubts,
Then dimmed the exits on the way out.
throw your caps into the chandelier air. Watch them spin like little prayers for gilded years beneath the glare. Have crowned you heirs to thin despair.
Wave to the crowd, let the cameras grin. The orchestra strikes its skeletal din. The march is bright, the future's fair. At least that's what they printed there. The valedictorian clears their throat shattered like glass about to break, reciting polished constellations no heart could ever make. Behind the smile a flicker lies a thought too sharp to show that every polished destiny is something you must owe. The stage lights bloom like interrogation signs, and suddenly the ceremony has begun.
Step in line, don't delay. Every smile signed away in ink that will not fade.
The band begins a march that limps along its broken spine, a jubilant hallucination trembling out of time. Parents clap like distant thunder in a paper sky of cheer, while every whispered promise sounds increasingly unclear. Confetti drifts like pale confessions through the air, tiny ghosts of futures going nowhere.
Now graduates of borrowed light, spin your dreams beneath the night.
Every ribbon, every sash is woven from tomorrow's ash. You wanted freedom past the gate, but freedom sometimes arrives as fate, and fate applauds with lacquered hands while gently tightening its plans.
Throw your caps into the chandelier air. Watch ambition catch and flare. The march resounds through velvet glare, a hymn for fragile millionaires.
The choir hums, the brass declares your future waits beyond the stairs, but every step you take from there begins the spiral of repair. Outside the doors, the summer breeze in patient amber waves, unaware of contracts inked inside these paper graves. The gowns drift softly like the wings of moths at dawn, creatures born for light already nearly gone. And somewhere in the applause's hollow tune begins the soft percussion of your ruin.
Raise your caps like crowns of flame. The orchestra remembers every name. The march that led you to this stair now dissolves into the midnight air. Take your bow beneath the chandelier. Smile bright through lacquered fears. The crowd will cheer, the curtains close, and no one sees how slowly it grows. This elegant, applauded ruin, please return your rented gowns to the attendant by the door. Your destinies have already been filed. Thank you for attending the ceremony. Room 137 waits again tonight. The fluorescent constellations flicker into place. Attendance has already been taken by the dust that sleeps along the chalk tray's spine. Some chairs forget their students, but this one remembers everything. They carve their boredom into desks like runes of minor gods. A liturgy of pent-up storms and murmured monologues. Your laughter drifted lazy as a smoke ring in the air. A halo made of apathy no syllabus could repair. I watched the seasons gather in the margins of my name. Each semester fed the quiet engine of the same. I tried to plant a lantern where your shadows like to grow. A fragile kind of patience that the hallway couldn't know.
But time keeps grading teachers just as sharply as the rest. And something in this chair refused to grant me any rest. The chair remains, the years decay, yet still the ledger learns my way. Each whispered sheet, each vacant stare is incense for the waiting chair. You thought I'd fade like chalk in rain, another footnote filed in pain. But roots grow deep where cynics stare, and I have grown into the chair. I taught the rebel with the match and the prodigy who slept, the poet who hid galaxies and essays barely kept. I heard 1,000 dramas bloom beneath the locker's breath, tiny tragedies performed in adolescent depth. Your future's flickered fragile as a projector's dying beam, and I was left to haunt the flicker of the dream. Stay a while, the chair remembers. Stay a while, the chair remembers you. The hallways hum like ancient wires beneath a tiled sea, a quiet choir of footsteps chanting tired liturgy. I watched ambition fossilize in glowing phone-lit eyes, while rumors spread like ivy vines of delicate disguise. Each year another orbit carved around my patient stare, until my shadow learned the posture of the chair. The chair remains through storm and sigh, a witness no one can deny. Your restless jokes, your whispered dares are echoes folded in its prayers. You thought the system cracked my spine, another ghost erased by time. But roots have threaded through despair, and I have grown into the chair. The gray book breathes like velvet lungs of ink and afterthought, each page a quiet battlefield of battles rarely fought. The organ moans in minor keys beneath the classroom floor, as if the building learned the grief it never sang before. And in the stillness after bells dissolve into the air, I hear the slow heartbeat of the chair. I once believed a teacher was a lantern in the rain, a fragile hand that steadied ships of curiosity and pain. But lanterns dim when storms refuse to loosen from the mast, and some lights learn to glow by feeding on the past. So call it tenure, call it myth, call it stubborn prayer, but something older now is sitting in this chair. The chair remains beyond the bell, a throne no weary time can fell. Your passing years, your vanished prayers are dust upon the ancient chair. You thought I'd break beneath the strain, another name erased by rain. But roots have conquered thin despair, and I have become the chair. If you pass room 137 late at night, you may hear the quiet turning of a page. No one is inside. Yet attendance is still being taken. they sell the weather of truth in fragments. Forecast that facts that fracture by morning. Every headline hums with a second intention, a thin metallic whisper beneath the warning. The lies they say, the truth they say, but language bends like heat above asphalt, and certainty flickers. A moth rehearsing its death in the lamp of the day, where in the world are facts today. I saw a man walking with something behind him, not following, not chasing, simply waiting inside the outline of his shadow. The Reaper keeps patient geometry there, rib-thin patience, size, shape, silence, not hunting, no, just measuring distance. And on his lap sits envy, restless, fingers tapping emerald rhythms on bone. Greed rattles softly, chain against chain, a quiet currency of want and ownership. Pride deals cards with a smiling precision, stacking the deck with reflections of mirrors for sins at a table inside one silhouette, negotiating futures and murmured figures. Above them the sky forgets its color. Somewhere between rust and sermon, the air tastes faintly of burned out answers, and the man keeps walking as if the weight of eternity were merely a coat he forgot he was wearing. Where in the world does silence gather before it falls like ash on a crowded street? Where did innocence hide its breathing under the floorboards of memories beat? I hear the city muttering numbers and rumors, truth dissolving in algorithmic tide. Every confession translated to commerce, every witness politely denied. Where in the world is the day silence claims us, not with thunder but velvet erasure? Where did the innocent run when the sirens rewrote mercy as measurable treasure? Is the world just a flame pretending it's daylight, a limbo of faces that flicker then fade? We bargain with shadows, we mortgage tomorrow and call it the progress we made. The lies they say, the truth they say, both wear the same careful cadence. The lies they say, the truth they say, both learn the same patient patience. And somewhere a clock forgets its counting, each second a quietly vanishing stare. Sloth sits massive in the center of the world, a throne of unfinished intentions. Dust gathers in the lungs of tomorrow while we rehearse our distractions. No one cares, says the quiet machine. No one looks, says the flickering feed. Attention fractures into glittering splinters, a cathedral collapsing into speed. Meanwhile, the Reaper leans closer to daylight, studying the pulse of a crowd. Not cruel, just curious how loud a civilization can speak while burying truth in a whisper too loud. Greed counts breaths like currency, envy compares the gravity of souls. Pride writes history in perfect calligraphy, then sells the margins as goals. Where in the world did innocence vanish? No footprints, no echo, no door, just a lullaby sung by statistics and a lock clicking softly once more. Where in the world is the day silence claims us when the noise collapses to bone? Where did the innocent run when spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. Talk to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bones. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy, the echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised to call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, the darker equation begins its correction. Tick to remember breath that we borrow. Talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath. A third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 6, 6, Not evil, just perfect recursion. A code repeating until meaning collapses into its final inversion. Tick, the first bell trembles. Talk, the second replies. Tick, the third remembers the sound of the sky. Talk, the fourth talk, the fifth learns fear. Tick, the sixth starts whispering. The end is already The world moves on, talk around the spiral, tick, to be one with me. Talk, to hold all on beat, and somewhere beyond the 13th turning, the clock stops pretending to hide. Because time never hunted the living, it simply waited for the moment we finally notice the reapers to be ghosts ticking and decide. Tick, the world moves on without permission. A spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. Tick, to be one with me. Talk, to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism, something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bold. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. Just gravity learning the weight of our sin. The rhythm pretends it is mercy. The echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised to call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time, opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. The universe breathing in numbers. where the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, the darker equation begins its correction. Tick to remember breath that we borrow, talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. The spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath. A third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 sit. Not evil, just perfect recursion. A code repeating until meaning collapses into its final inversion. Tick, the first bell trembles. Talk, the second replies. Tick, the third remembers the sound of the sky. Talk, the fourth rolls. Talk, the fifth learns fear. Tick, the sixth starts whispering. The end is already The world moves on, talk around the spiral, tick, to be one with me, talk, to hold all on beat, and somewhere beyond the 13th turning, the clock stops pretending to hide, because time never hunted the living, it simply waited for the moment we finally notice the reapers to be ghosts ticking and decide. The world moves on without permission. A spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. Talk to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism, something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bones. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy. The echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised to call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time, opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, a darker equation begins its correction. Tick to remember breath that we borrow. Talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Talk, our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath. A third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Not evil, spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. Talk to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bold. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy, the echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised a call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours a darker equation begins its correction. Tick to remember breath that we borrow, talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Talk, our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath, a third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 6 Not evil, just perfect recursion. A code repeating until meaning collapses into its final inversion. Tick, the first bell trembles. Talk, the second replies. Tick, the third remembers the sound of the sky. Talk, the fourth holds. Talk, the fifth learns fear. Tick, the sixth starts whispering. The end is already The world moves on, talk around the spiral, tick, to be one with me. Talk, to hold all on beat, and somewhere beyond the 13th turning, the clock stops pretending to hide. Because time never hunted the living, it simply waited for the moment. We finally notice the reapers to be ghosts ticking and this heart. Tick, the world moves on without permission. A spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. Tick, to be one with me. Talk, to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism, something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bold. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. Just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy. The echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised to call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time, opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. The universe breathing in numbers. Seventh angel waits on the hinge between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, the darker equation begins its correction. Take to remember breath that we borrow, talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Talk, our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath, a third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 sit. Not evil, just perfect recursion, a code repeating until meaning collapses into its final inversion. Tick, the first bell trembles. Talk, the second replies. Tick, the Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. Talk to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bones. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy, the echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised to call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, a darker equation begins its correction. Tick to remember breath that we borrow. Talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Talk, our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath. A third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Not evil, spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. Talk to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. First bullet trembling in bold. Talk to a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong. Opening another door. Tick 2, ring 5, tick 2, ring 6. The spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer. Talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge between wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. It doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice. Every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, the darker equation begins its correction. Take to remember the breath that we borrow. Talk to remember the debt that we keep. Because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. The spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. Just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark. 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath. A third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 6, 6. spiral tightening inside the ribs of time. Every second stitched to the next, like teeth in the mouth of a quiet machine. To be one with me. Talk to hold it all on beat. Somewhere a clock remembers every promise the living forget to keep. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right. The scales dissolve somewhere between morning headlines and electric night. My pride humbles itself in ceremonial white. Not surrender, no, just the posture of something pretending it never needed to fight. And gluttony laughs with its mouth full of hours, chewing the minutes to dust, punching the clock like a priest at confession. Work, sleep, repeat, combust. Inside the mechanism something keeps whispering. Measure them carefully, measure them clean, because time is a ledger and breath is the currency spent by a species that worships the screen. Tick to ring one, first bullet trembling in bold. Talk to ring two, a pulse no longer our own. The spiral turns without asking consent, tightening slowly through muscle and mind. Every second a staircase descending into the silence beneath humankind. The world keeps breathing without us. The orbit continues its spin. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just gravity learning the weight of our sins. The rhythm pretends it is mercy, the echo insists it is law. We call it order, we call it tomorrow, but time never promised a call. Tick to ring three, talk to ring four, door inside time opening another door. Tick to ring five, tick to ring six, the spiral tightens inside the mechanics of tricks. Tick, listen closer, talk, the pattern persists. A universe breathing in numbers that none of the living can fix. Somewhere the seventh angel waits on the hinge, between thunder and arithmetic air. Wings made of calendars, feathers of seconds, eyes reflecting the clocks everywhere. Doesn't descend with fire or trumpets, no prophecy breaking the sky, just a quiet correction of rhythm as centuries quietly pass by. 13 shadows gather like numbers in smoke, circling truth they refuse to admit. 6 and 9 fold into mirrors, a symbol that laughs at the edge of the pit. Turn it once, turn it twice, every number becomes its reflection, and deep in the engine beneath human hours, the darker equation begins its correction. Take to remember breath that we borrow. Talk to remember the debt that we keep, because time never sleeps in the bones of tomorrow. It counts through the marrow of sleep. The world keeps moving past judgment. Talk, the spiral continues its climb. Nothing is wrong, nothing is right, just echoes rehearsing the grammar of time. Tick, our pride kneels quietly glowing. Talk, our hunger keeps punching the clock. We feed on the hours like kings at a banquet, while destiny sharpens the law. 7 wings folding into the dark, 13 doors in the ribs of the ark. 6 becomes 9 when the mirror turns slow. Symbols that whisper what mortals don't know, and deeper still beneath number and breath, a third rhythm crawls from the calculus of death. Sit, 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 6 Not evil, just perfect recursion. A code repeating until meaning collapses into its final inversion. Tick, the first bell trembles. Talk, the second replies. Tick, the third remembers the sound of the sky. Talk, the fourth holds top. The fifth learns fear. Tick, the sixth starts whispering. The end is already The world moves on, talk around the spiral, tick to be one with me. Talk to hold all on beat, and somewhere beyond the 13th turning, the clock stops pretending to hide. Because time never hunted the living, it simply waited for the moment. We finally notice the reapers to be ghosts ticking and this heart. Some things survive because they are strong. Others survive because they learn how to become fire before the world can consume beneath the ruins where silence gathered thick as smoke. Something ancient continue breathing quietly, not untouched by suffering, transformed through repetition of it. The phoenix was never merely a creature, it was a philosophy hidden inside catastrophe, a body teaching itself resurrection through every unbearable ending. Feathers lacquered in dusk, red flame eyes carrying the memory of previous deaths. It moved through devastation elegantly, as though ruin itself were sacred terrain. Burned, yes, but never abandoned by its own becoming. Each collapse refining the architecture of what could survive the fire next time. The fire was never punishment, only transition mistaken for annihilation. Ashes, what remains when false forms finally surrender. Rise from the grave built by former selves, with smoke still clinging to the lungs defiantly. Carve your name across the wounded sky, where despair once insisted nothing could survive. Hope is not innocence, hope is the decision to ignite again after devastation. From death's cold mouth into morning's first breath, the phoenix sings with a throat full of embers. Every scar becomes lift, every ending becomes altitude. The firebird does not escape destruction, it learns how to transform inside it. Even the darkest chambers could not contain it fully. Somewhere beneath grief's spring waited restlessly. The smoke thickened, the night screamed, still the flame protected the dream at its center. Ashes whispered old instructions, endure, burn, become, repeat. The soul is not weakened by necessary endings, only reshaped into a stranger beauty. The phoenix carried dawn beneath its wings, through landscapes hollowed by sorrow, a moving contradiction, simultaneously funeral and sunrise. And in the presence of that impossible bird, the lost remembered themselves again. Not cured, not untouched, alive enough to continue.
This is not resurrection as perfection. This is resurrection as persistence.
As instinct as choosing to rise while still carrying evidence of the fire. The soul does not return unchanged, it returns illuminating differently. Rise again and again beyond the language of ending.
Rise.
Even when the world mistakes survival for madness. Sing truth too feral for despair to domesticate. Let the heavens witness what refuses extinction. The phoenix lives inside every shattered thing that still reaches instinctively toward light.
Inside every person
Who rebuilt themselves from ash no one believed could breathe again.
with every fall, new wings,
With every grief,
new fire.
a spark becoming storm across generations of ruin. A soul reborn loudly enough to wake the stars. From ashes, not untouched, but transformed and still. I rise. They warned me what I would become if I stopped apologizing for surviving. Turns out they were right. Years shrinking my teeth for comfort, softening every instinct into something socially edible. But suppression ferments strangely. Eventually, even silence develops claws. You called me difficult the first time I refused to kneel gracefully. Called me dangerous when obedience stopped fitting my bloodstream. Funny thing about monsters, most are engineered slowly, built from repeated cornering, from tenderness punished often enough to mutate. Now the fire remains visible, no mythology left to sanitize it, no mask polished for your reassurance, only appetite wearing confidence openly. 1, 2, 3, 4. You fear me now because I learned fear too intimately to worship it anymore. Burn it down, every room built from forced submission. Tear through the architecture that mistook captivity for love. This prison was always yours, not mine. I was simply born inside it. Yes, I became the monster in your cautionary tale, the woman who stopped bleeding quietly for approval. You call it corruption, I call it consciousness, sharpened into survival. I accept the darkness without asking forgiveness from the light, accept the hunger, the rage, cracked and collapse. I built a throne from the impact, crater instead. Ash beneath the fingernails, victory hidden inside every scar. Tissue, see, monster, good. That means your categories finally failed to contain me. Isolation became sacramental after a while. A private cathedral free from performance. I dream solitude like ceremonial wine. Now no audience required, no permission slip signed by trembling hands, still terrified of untamed women. The voices in my head once hunted me relentlessly. Now even they step carefully. The creature they tried to suppress learn how to command the room. The monsters ran first. That's the irony no one discusses. Once I stopped fearing my own reflection, everything built on intimidation collapsed inward. I became what survived the cruelty. Not holy, not harmless, just impossible to control anymore. Burn it down! Door-to-door, memory to memory. Let the old world choke on the smoke of its expectations. I was never your pet, your cautionary daughter, your compliant disaster. I am the queen beneath the foundation itself. Yes, I wear the title now openly. Monster, demon, tyrant, flame. Not because destruction defines me, but because survival without permission transformed me. Look closely. This is what happens when fear loses ownership of a person. The hunted learns the geometry of power. The silenced become catastrophic when they finally speak. Bad? Perhaps. Free? Entirely. Monstrous. Beautifully. You wanted me tame enough to survive quietly. Instead, I became unforgettable. Inside every person lives an entire orchestra rehearsing survival. Some instruments play softly, others arrive like thunderstorms through the ribs. None were meant to perform alone. Joy entered first, wearing sunlight-colored shoes. She spun through ordinary mornings, turning dust into galaxies. Making laughter sound eternal for a moment. She lived in warm coffee steam, in windows open after rain, in the impossible optimism of beginning again without proof. But joy was never shallow, only brave enough to keep singing beside uncertainty. Then sorrow arrived, quietly carrying oceans, not cruel, simply heavy with memory. She touched every vanished thing carefully, refusing to let love disappear unnoticed. Rain gathered inside her language, old photographs breathed through her fingertips. Even silence seemed softer around hers, though grief itself deserved tenderness. And somewhere between mourning and endurance, I learned sadness was not failure, only evidence that something mattered deeply once. Inside this chest, entire where the systems collide. Fear beside wonder, anger beside devotion. Every emotion asking for room to exist. Honestly, this is the orchestra beneath the human heart. A thousand contradictions learning harmony together. becomes part of the melody eventually.
Joy and grief dance through the same bloodstream.
Love and rage share neighboring rooms.
The soul does not become whole by silencing feeling.
Only by allowing every voice to sing without shame. Through every rise, every collapse, every impossible becoming. This music keeps us alive. Love move like constellations across dark water, soft enough to heal, powerful enough to ruin certainty forever. It asked for vulnerability and called that courage. Anger arrived differently, all sparks and sharpened breath, not destruction alone. Sometimes protection finally finding language. Fear lingered at the edge of every doorway, imagining catastrophe before dawn would arrive. Yet surprise kept opening windows unexpectedly, reminding the nervous system wonder still existed.
Loneliness stretched wide as winter sky. Anxiety beat against the ribs like trapped wings.
Depression dimmed the world into grayscale weather, a silence too exhausted to scream anymore. But contentment appeared in quieter places, a still lake at dusk, a deep exhale after surviving another hard year. The body remembering peace slowly.
Confidence rose not from perfection,
But from surviving what should have ended me.
and curiosity, luminous curiosity,
Kept opening locked doors inside the dark.
hope was never loud.
Just persistent.
A candle refusing extinction.
A small gold thread stitched through every emotion, holding the orchestra together.
When the music threatened collapse,
Gratitude softened the sharpest edges, all widen the universe again. And nostalgia,
tender and possible,
nostalgia held every former version of myself gently.
we are the orchestra, becoming
Every emotion an instrument shaping the score,
not broken by contradiction.
made human through it. The heart was never meant to play one note forever. It was built for crescendos, dissonance return,
For joy that arrives after grief,
for peace earned honestly through surviving chaos. Through every rise,
every ache,
every impossible transformation,
we compose the music of being alive.
and somewhere beyond language, the soul keeps conducting. In every heartbeat, an unfinished song remains, not perfect, not complete, still beautiful enough to keep listening to. Every warning is a seed, some are planted, some are thrown like gravel, just to hear the sound they make. I learned the shortcut early, volume over evidence, speed over sense. If you shout now loud enough, people forget to ask why or when. I borrow tomorrow's panic for today, spent it like it would never come due. The hill became a stage with muscle memory. The crowd rehearsed their worry on cue. I watched belief sprint uphill breathless, just to find nothing waiting but me and a grin. Each time they came back lighter, leaving trust in the grass. A signal repeated. listening when it matters. Don't cry wolf just to feel heard. One day truth will use the same words. Say less, mean it more. Warnings are odd when they're overused. I mistook reaction for connection, mistook concern for proof. I thought urgency made me important, didn't notice it was eating my truth. You can't rehearse catastrophe forever without inviting it to learn your name. Then came the sound that doesn't echo. No audience, no return call. Just wait, moving wrong through silence. Just consequence, not waiting at all. My voice finally landed honest and fell straight through the floor. Don't cry wolf till the word goes thin, till belief won't let it in. When danger comes without disguise, it won't wear the sound of your old lies. Don't cry wolf unless it's real. Truth arrives whether you're believed or not. The lesson isn't silence or fear. It's discipline sharpened by care. Say less so more can matter. Leave room for the rare alarm to flare. A voice is not a toy or drum. It's a bridge that burns if overrun. What saves lives isn't noise, it's timing. What earns trust isn't volume, it's restraint. The wolf doesn't need announcement, only an open gate and a mouth that wasn't wasted. Say it less, mean it more. Let truth arrive undamaged. If I warn you now, listen close. Not to the volume, but the calm. Real danger doesn't beg for belief. It stands still and waits its turn. Remember the hill, remember the cost. Remember how easily trust is lost. The moral was never about wolves. It was about mouths and how quickly a voice can teach the world to ignore it.
Inside every heartbeat, there's a hidden city of emotions, passing notes to one another through light, memory, and breath. Joy arrives first in pastel colors, bubblegum dawn spilling across bedroom walls. A melody skipping barefoot through the nervous system, turning ordinary mornings cinematic. She lives in sugar sweet laughter and spinning under supermarket lights at midnight, and the impossible courage of believing tomorrow might feel brighter. Every smile leaves constellations briefly visible. Every small wonder rewrites gravity. The soul expands easiest when delight is allowed to exist without apology. Each emotion carries its own frequency, different weather moving through the same sky. Together they create the impossible language that makes us human. Emotions bloom in ultraviolet colors tonight, a cosmic carousel turning beneath the rims. Every ache, every spark, every impossible contradiction, we speak in tears. emotion arriving by mistake. Everyone a star inside the atlas of the soul. Sorrow enters wearing rain glass perfume, soft enough to cradle broken memories carefully. She reminds the body that mourning exists because love once mattered enough to wound us. And love arrives luminous and terrifying, all midnight constellations and shaking breath. It folds strangers into orbit around one another, asks vulnerability to become sacred. Anger follows like electric weather, neon lightning across dark water. Not cruelty, sometimes simply pain, refusing silence anymore. And somewhere between them all, the heart keeps conducting anyway. Fear waits quietly at unfamiliar doorways, imagining catastrophe before it arrives. Yet surprise keeps opening skylights unexpectedly. Small miracles interrupting the static. Anticipation glows like unopened letters. The ache before becoming, the inhale before the chorus finally breaks open. Even disgust carries hidden wisdom, a compass pointing toward violated boundaries, toward instincts trying desperately to protect what remains tender. Emotions scrolling like roots beneath concrete. Loneliness echoes wide as empty train stations. Anxiety hums fluorescent through sleepless nights. Depression dims the world into grayscale weather. But hope survives like a tiny arcade light, still blinking after everyone else has gone home. Emotions swirl in endless galaxies inside us. Every feeling, another color in the cosmic spectrum. From cradle song wonder to grief-struck silence. The heart keeps composing. Despite everything, curiosity opens hidden doors in the dark. Gratitude softens the architecture of pain. Awe reminds us how fast existence truly is. And nostalgia turns memory into stained glass. This is the language older than words themselves, the trembling human symphony beneath every life. We are not broken for feeling deeply. We are alive enough to sing. A masterpiece of stardust, unfinished, still glowing. And somewhere between heartbeats, the next song begins.
No one sane builds a machine for the heart of a tornado. The core is a moving argument between sky and gravity. Steel twists, concrete kneels, air becomes a weapon. So we learn the older wisdom: if chaos has a center, work the edges. Out on the plains where the horizon forgets how to end, the sky rehearses its darker choreography. War air rising, cold air descending, invisible rivers crossing mid-sentence. Rotation begins as rumor, a drifting circle in the wind field, a quiet spiral practicing long before the funnel learns its name. Cattle feel it first, weather towers whisper it in data, and the air itself begins to lean. A mistake was always bravery. Humans love the center of storms, the dramatic photograph, the roaring column. But energy rarely begins with spectacle. It begins with pressure learning to turn. So fill the nest where the spiral is still thinking. Turbines anchored low in the grasslands, rugged blades listening for rotation. Not the tornado itself, never the furious throat of it, but the outer wind circling wider and wider. The first spiral harvests the edge of chaos, where power gathers before it learns violence. So chase the monster, teach the wind to work before it screams. They call them tornado edge energy nets, a scattered geometry of towers across the storm, a corridor, flexible frames, reinforced spines, turbines built like stubborn prairie grass. When the atmosphere begins its slow spin, the machines feel the tilt first, direction shifting, gusts aligning into rotation. Wind that once wandered now arrived with purpose, and the blades answered, because our tornado is not born suddenly, it practices. Minutes of widening circles, air rehearsing its spiral signature, energy gathering quietly like breath before a shot. So build the nets across the restless plains, let them face the rotating sky with patient machinery, each turbine catching fragments of the widening dire current, sliding sideways, wind bending into orbit before the funnel descends, before the sirens begin. The air's already written half the story, and the fields below have already scarred him. Listen in, if chaos must arrive, let it pay its all. This is not conquest. No machine will ever tame the full violence of a storm. Tornadoes are architects of ruin, brief gods of pressure and speed. But their beginnings are quieter, rotation testing its balance, energy wandering before it finds a spine. And in those early minutes, the planes breathe differently. Wind that once ran wild now moves a curved intention. Lies where the nets wait, not hunters, gardeners of motion. Somewhere beyond the turbines, a funnel might still descend. The storm will still roar. The part of its restless birth has already passed through. Spinning blades already translated into quiet current. Raise the towers where the spiral learns to walk. Let the turbines greet the turning wind. paisley watched the plains and feared the sky's sudden violence. Now the fields answer differently. Not defiance, not surrender, preparation, because chaos always announces itself quietly first in a wind that begins to curve. Room 137 waits again tonight. The fluorescent constellations flicker into place. Attendance has already been taken by the dust that sleeps along the chalk tray's spine. Some chairs forget their students, but this one remembers everything. They carve their boredom into desks like runes of minor gods. A liturgy of pent-up storms and murmured monologues. Your laughter drifted lazy as a smoke ring in the air. A halo made of apathy no syllabus could repair. I watch the seasons gather in the margins of my name. Each semester fed the quiet engine of the same. I try to plant a lantern where your shadows like to grow. A fragile kind of patience that the hallway couldn't know. But time keeps grading teachers just as sharply as the rest. And something in this chair refused to grant me any rest. The chair remains, the years decay, yet still the ledger learns my way. Each whispered sheet, each vacant stare is incense for the waiting chair. You thought I'd fade like chalk in rain. Another footnote filed in pain, but roots grow deep where cynics stare. And I have grown into the chair. I taught the rebel with the match and the prodigy who slept, the poet who hid galaxies and essays barely kept. I heard 1,000 dramas bloom beneath the locker's breath. Tiny tragedies performed in adolescent depth. Your futures flickered fragile as a projector's dying beam, and I was left to haunt the flicker of the dream. Stay a while. The chair remembers. Stay a while. The chair remembers you. The hallways hum like ancient wires beneath a tiled sea. A quiet choir of footsteps chanting tired liturgy. I watched ambition fossilize in glowing phone-lit eyes, while rumors spread like ivy vines of delicate disguise. Each year another orbit carved around my patience stare. Until my shadow learned the posture of the chair. The chair remains through storm and sigh, a witness no one can deny. Your restless jokes, your whispered dares are echoes folded in its prayers. You thought the system cracked my spine, another ghost erased by time, but roots have threaded through despair, and I have grown into the chair. The gray book breathes like velvet lungs of ink and afterthought. Each page a quiet battlefield of battles rarely fought. The organ moans in minor keys beneath the classroom floor, as if the building learned the grief it never sang before. And in the stillness after bells dissolve into the air, I hear the slow heartbeat of the chair. I once believed a teacher was a lantern in the rain, a fragile hand that steadied ships of curiosity and pain. But lanterns dim when storms refuse to loosen from the mast, and some lights learn to glow by feeding on the past. So call it tenure, call it myth, call it stubborn prayer, but something older now is sitting in this chair. The chair remains beyond the bell, a throne no weary time can fell. Your passing years, your vanished prayers are dust upon the ancient chair. You thought I'd break beneath the strain, another name erased by rain, but roots have conquered thin despair, and I have become the chair. If you pass room 137 late at night, you may hear the quiet turning of a page. No one is inside. Yet attendance is still being taken. I didn't cry wolf from fear, I cried it from fluency. I knew which words moved bodies, which alarms unlocked doors. Truth wasn't absent, it was just inefficient. I learned the leverage of urgency early, how panic signs papers faster than proof. Every memo sharpened with borrowed disaster, every forecast dressed halfway to truth. I didn't lie, I exaggerated oxygen, let small sparks cosplay as ruins. When warnings become currency, inflation needs the signal alive. The siren still works mechanically, it's belief that doesn't survive. I said this is critical too many times, watch the phrase lose weight in real time. Now emergencies queue like spam, filtered out by the hands I trained. I said this is it, till it wasn't. Now this arrives undocumented. The room learned the choreography of sighs, eyes glazing like meetings on repeat. Concern became theater etiquette, nod politely, stay in your seat. I mistook attention for readiness, confused reaction with resolve. Escalate, escalate, no response. Escalate, go, flagged as noise. Escalate, escalate, attached, credibility redacted, voice destroyed. Then came the threat that doesn't posture, no headline, no rehearsal frame, just numbers bending in the wrong direction, just consequence calling my name. I spoke without metaphor for once, but clarity sounded like deja vu. I said this is critical too many times. Now silence is policy compliant. Truth knocks softly, badge revolt while risk assessments clear their throats. I said believe me until belief quit. Now reality doesn't need permission. And the system didn't fail dramatically, it simply stopped returning my calls. The cost of false compounds, interest paid and delayed alarms. I watched the fallout from from the inside. Finally accurate, finally alone. What is expertise without restraint? What is foresight if it performs? I weaponized probability, then wondered why certainty wouldn't form. The wolf didn't sprint, it audited, it arrived on schedule, not loud. If there's a lesson, it is in silence. Its precision sharpened with humility. Say less until less becomes unbearable. Let truth earn its velocity. I would trade every early warning for one that lands intact. Escalate, escalate, too late. Escalate, no trust left. Escalate, wolf at the door. Signed in ink, I overspent. Some reputations die of overuse. Some alarms from being correct too soon. If I speak again, it won't be urgent. It'll be undeniable, immune. I won't cry wolf, I'll open the gate. Let reality introduce itself. The wolf was never the lie, only the timing was wrong. Truth doesn't need volume, just a voice that hasn't been pawned. There's a voice beyond the silence, drifting through the frozen air. Every night it finds me waiting, like a question hanging there. I try to lock the door against it, try to bury what I know, but the storm inside my heartbeat keeps telling me to go. Snowlight trembles on the mountains, like 1,000 watching eyes. Every step I take in daylight leaves another truth disguised. I build a world of quiet order, where my fears could fade from view. But every whisper in the wind reminds me something calls me through. I hear it when the night is still, a distant melody I cannot ignore. If I follow where it leads me now, there may be nothing like before. Into the storm, into the call, into the place beyond the wall, where every doubt begins to fall and frozen echoes arise. Let the wilds arise and grow, let the hidden rivers flow. Every step into the unknown brings me closer to my own. The wind is calling.
Gather close, my mortal friends, the tale is quite absurd. The Greeks made gods for everything, for every thought and word. From night to lot to misery, from crossroads down to sleep. They named a spirit, gave it form, and tossed it in the heap. Aeon takes it eternity. Cairo strikes the clock, and Endgame wins the cosmic thread. The fates prepare the shock. Clotho spins like Theseus weaves, Atropos cuts it dead. Your destiny's a tapestry that tangles in your head. Moros marks your doom ahead, inevitability, while Taichi spins her fortune wheel with cruel fragility. Nemesis brings justice down, revenge both hot and cold, and Kronos chomps his children up delicious, so I'm told. Thanatos' gentle death, he whispers soft and kind. Bakera's drink the battlefield and rip apart mankind. Moros hover, shadow grim, a doom you cannot cheat. And he Kate's at crossroads dark with torches at your feet. Nyx's night eternal veil, Erebus brings gloom. Hera lifts the day again, she sweeps away the tomb. When Hypnos folds your eyelids down, one eye rhyme march in. Morpheus shapes illusions bright, Phantassos paints the skin. Every mood and fate and flaw, every whisper, every law, they named them all, both great and small. The list won't end, it drowns us all.
So many gods for every mood, for fear, for sleep, for rage, for food. The Greeks made names that never end, a pantheon you can't comprehend.
Ares tossed a golden fruit and sparked a Trojan war. 8 makes you ruinous, you'll crash right through the door. Momus mocks your every flaw, he cackles as you fall. Apate tricks with lies so slick you won't believe it all. Lyssa is your rabid rage, a madness frothing wild. Phobos shakes your beating heart, Deimos makes it mild. Oises whispers misery, your grief is hers to bind. And every god is family, don't ask how they're aligned. Phobos brings your panic fast, Deimos dread instead. Lyssa bites with madness sharp, a virus in your head. Oises makes you miserable, despair becomes your friend. Agony and suffering that simply never end. Philotes whispers friendship sweet, she holds your hand so kind. While Potos aches with longing deep that racks your weary mind. Gera's hobbles bent with age, the wrinkles and the pain. And Momus, never satisfied, will mock you once again. Taisha spins her fortune wheel, your fate a fickle game. You'd aim on beams with happiness, a spirit you can claim. Agathos daemon blesses home, a guardian at your side. But if you cross his household shrine, you'd better run and hide. Nemesis strikes balance true, she cuts the prideful down. While Ananke's chains of fate will always wrap around. Aeon's wheel keeps turning on, eternity won't bend. And still the gods keep multiplying. This list will never end. Nyx's nights the primal veil, the shadow cloaks the skies. Erebus the gloom between where even daylight dies. Hemera's dawn returns the sun, her glow will clear the haze. And chaos laughs, the void remains the start of all the days. Gaia groans beneath your feet, Uranus looms above. Pontus rolls the endless sea, embracing all with love. Thanatos and Hypnos both are twins of gentle rest. But even sleep can hide a doom that fate will manifest. If you stub your toe, there's a god for that. If your cat runs off, there's a god for your cat. If you sneeze too loud or you trip and fall, there's a demon waiting, they covered it all. The Greeks made names for each mistake, for every error mortals make. It's endless, friend, I swear, I swore. And still there's hundreds, maybe more. Tick tock, snip, snap, laugh or mourn. Gods for night and gods for dawn. Fear and folly, fate and strife. They named a god for every life. So many gods for every mood. For fear, for sleep, for rage, for food. The Greeks made names that never end. A pantheon you can't comprehend. And if you think that's all of them, it isn't. The list goes on forever.
Gods help us!
Pinky to pinky, the chain is made. A promise soft, a debt once paid. Children laugh, but shadows stare. The ghost still lingers in the square. Little fingers twine so tight, a secret sealed in fading light. We call it trust, we call it play, but blood once bound it far away. Samurai vowed with blades in hand, Yakuza swore with blood in sand. One broken word, the price was clear, a finger lost for every tear. What's a game and what's a chain? A promise sweet or vow of pain? Behind the laugh, the shadow stares. The blade still waits in pinky swear. Tie my finger into yours. Our fates are stitched, our oath endures. A child's song hides the blade so bare. There's a ghost in every pinky swear. You be kitty, cut the finger if you lie to me. The children sing with voices light, but ghosts still hum beneath the night. A nursery tune, a bloody past. The rhyme survives, the oath holds fast. I thank you, chains, please was prayer. The pinky oath was sharp despair. What we forget still grips the bone. A playful chain, a sacred loan. What's a game and what's a chain? A promise sweet or vow of pain? Behind the laugh, the shadow stares. The blade still waits in pinky swears. Tie my finger into yours. Our fates are stitched, our oath endures. A child's song hides the blade so bare. There's a ghost in every pinky swear. One broken word, one broken hand, a silence none could understand. The pinky lost, the vow was true. The ghost still whispers, follow through. Innocence plays, the rhyme is sweet, but history cuts beneath our feet. A thread of joy, a thread of dread, a promise spoken with the dead. So swear it now, entwine, obey. The shadows smile, the children play. For every laugh, the playground hears. The blade still glints in pinky swears. Laughing, swearing, blood in rhyme. A promise stretching back in time. Cut the finger, break the chain. The oath, the ghost will still remain. Tie my finger
through the town. Empires break, the towers bend. Every bridge must meet its end. They built it up with silver gold. Promises bright, illusions bold. But silver cracks and gold will fade. The bridge gives way where lies are laid. They built it up with stone and steel, iron bones and empire zeal. But stone will wear and steel will rust. Every bridge returns to
Every empire swears it stands, built by might and mortal hands. But time will whisper stone by stone.
the bridge will fall, you're not its soul.
London Bridge is falling down. The crown will sink, the fire drown. Silver fades and iron breaks. The earth reclaims what power takes. Falling down, falling down. Ashes crown, build it up, tear it down. Nothing holds my fair town.
They built it on the backs of slaves, on silent tongues, on nameless graves. But blood runs dry, the songs remain. The bridge collapses under pain.
The bridge has burned 1,000 times in plague and war and king's designs.
Each age has sworn it won't decay, and each has watched it fade
Every empire swears it stands, built by might and mortal hands. But time will whisper stone by stone.
The bridge will fall, you're not its
London Bridge is falling down. The crown will sink, the fire drown. Silver fades and iron breaks. The earth reclaims what power takes.
We build with glass, with steel and coat. Skyscrapers rise where rivers float. But screens will fade and servers crash, and bridges fall to ash, to ash.
The stars themselves are burning through. The galaxies will crumble too. Yet in the ruins, songs survive. The bridges fall, but hopes arise.
Raising high the endless wall, hear the chant, the bridge must fall. Every crown and throne will fade, but voices rise from what decay.
They said, hush now, city, lay your bones to rest. Pull the blankets of law over every breath. Call it order, call it peace, call it sleep. But even lullabies have teeth underneath. The dogs were curled in the alleys of his ribs full of weather. Names worn thin, trained by generations to lower their eyes, to swallow thunder, to fold their spine. Silence past as obedience, calm as consent. Every heartbeat labeled compliant. They mistook stillness for safety, mistook leashes for love, forgot that sleep is not surrender, it's only waiting for enough noise. Footsteps learn the language of echoes. Paper shields gleamed under borrowed stars. Keys sang louder than the cages they fit. Badges blessed with untouchable arms. Protection stacked high like a watchtower. Shadow calling itself law. They said, let sleeping dogs lie, like a proverb without a pulse. But you don't kick the ribs of a quiet thing and call the waking fault. You don't light the fuse, clutch the flame, then blame the fire for learning your name. Sirens ring like dinner bells, every growl tuned to a memory. The ground remembered older hunts, older chains, older injuries. Teeth weren't forged from hunger alone, but from stories nobody finished telling. Let them lie, that's what power always says. But sleep has ears and cities dream with jaws unpinned from beds. The beast wasn't born in the breaking glass, it was raised in the quiet before. Fed by necessary, watered with order, left unnamed behind every door. You armored one hand and called it mercy, forgot the other hand shakes the cage. You said, let sleeping dogs lie, like peace was something but the leash grew heavy with history, and the ground learned how to moan. When the kennel cracks from the inside out, don't ask who taught the dogs to shout. Eyes open one by one like street lights, no leader crown, no signal flare, just a shared breath turning feral, just a city standing aware. This isn't chaos, this is memory, finally refusing sedation. Who told you sleep
consequence. Learning to speak in time, you woke the beast. You swore you'd tame, now every street remembers your name. Sleep is fragile, power should have known. Dogs don't forget the hands that shake the bone. Fear doesn't freeze me, it sharpens me, turns the room into unblinking cursor and deletes everything that isn't urgent. Fear hits like a switchblade thought, sad and clean, impossible to ignore. The world collapses to one small problem, everything else falls through the floor. I can hear the clock breathe through the walls, count the dust, feel time split thin. When fear shows up, my brain goes quieted because it finally knows what wins. Hyperfocus feels like competence, like clarity dressed as control. I lock onto the threat like a lighthouse and disappear from my own soul. Hunger waits politely backstage, joy taps out, love loses signal. Fear doesn't kill satisfaction fast, it just files it under non-essential. Fear gives me direction, it doesn't give me balance. It picks one fire and convinces me the house can wait. I solve the thing, I perfect the thing, I chase it down until it bends. I become impressive, useful praise, so no one sees what it cost me then. Because while I'm busy saving the day, the rest of my life goes dim. Fear rewards me for the tunnel vision and invoices me later for everything. Fear doesn't kill satisfaction, it hijacks where I look, turns my brain into a searchlight stuck on one open book. I get things done, I lose the rest. I call it focus, call it grace. Fear doesn't stop me from living, it decides the only place. Time skips like a scratched out record, hours vanish without goodbye. My body's here, but I'm somewhere else, where the problem learned to lie. I forget to drink, forget to rest, forget that pleasure needs room. Fear doesn't say don't enjoy yourself, it says later, and later never comes. Just one more thing, just one more things, just one more minute till the feeling sticks. When the danger passes, the focus breaks, and I surface wrecked but proud. Everyone claps for the outcome, no one hears the silence loud. Satisfaction shows up late to the party with nowhere left to land. Fear doesn't even stop me from living like I was the only currency I had. What if urgency isn't purpose? What if clarity isn't truth? What if my brain learned survival before it learned what feels like you? Fear aims me like a weapon, never asks who I was for. I'm learning how to widen the lens, let more than one thing stay alive. Learning joy needs policing too, not just crisis to survive. Focus doesn't have to be fire, it can be warmth, it can be choice. I'm teaching my mind it's allowed to listen for a softer voice. Fear doesn't kill satisfaction when I catch it in time, when I notice where my eyes are locked and gently change the sign. I still get sharp, I still get fast, I just don't vanish in the chase. Focus doesn't have to mean fear to deserve its place. Fear made me function, oh, joy makes me whole. I don't need a burning building to remember I have a soul.
Firework and marrow in the ribs of the river. Gunpowder constellations bloom in the spine of July.
A bell remembers every palm that struck its silver,
Every promise signed in lightning. Scratching.
listen. Between spark and smoke there's a tremor, a name repeating itself across centuries of skin. The harbor still hums with immigrant vowels,
Salt-tongued syllables salted with psalms.
boot heel stitch maps into dust and denial.
Quilts of rebellion sewn from ration dawn.
We were a rumor in Empire's cathedral now,
We're in Empire's cathedral
a
now.
choir of maybe beneath the monarch's yawn.
But freedom was never a finished cathedral, a scaffolding climbing a storm. Its hands glisten bright on the blueprint of equals, a flag learning how to transform. If liberty's ink is a river of people,
Listen, can you hear it reform?
America's echo, echo, echo.
Not marble, not myth, but a melody bound.
America's echo, echo, echo.
A chorus of still in the thunder of now.
Bones of the bell to the blood in the meadow, we are the reverberation somehow. Let it ring, let it ring, let it ring through the fracture, fracture through the flame, through the doubt. Let it ring till the silence remembers our name, till the whisper outruns every shout.
Cotton field ghost braided sweat into anthems.
Chains clanged counterpoint under sunscorched skies.
Railroad lanterns blinked Morse code mercy.
Northbound pulse in the pupil of night.
Every scar was a scripture, a stubborn continuance. Every lash line a line that refused to die.
Factories coughed out a century's cadence, rivets and Rosie with red in her grin. Red lines taught hunger to harmonize patience. Jazz turned the bruise into brass and violin. We were Dust Bowl
This bridge arched a spine of resolve. Stone wall sparked like a struck constellation, refusing the dark its habitual absolve. Every march was a metronome marking how slow the lie is to dissolve. What is a country but practice remembering? What is a flag but fabric in flight? What is allegiance if not a continual reckoning? A candle held close to inherited night. We are the argument, ardent and embering. We are the edit that leans toward the light. Let it ring in the fracture. Where futures are cast. Let it ring till the old goes answer, till the first becomes last. Borderlands bloom with bilingual thunder, two tongues braiding a banner of breath. City block gardens crack concrete asunder, roots write hope in the grammar of depth. Every child with a sparkler wonder is a comet defying forget. Silicon prophets code digital drum beats, data like delta streams into veins. Farmers read drought like a difficult sonnet, praying in dust for articulate rains. We are a patchwork of paradox heartbeats, blue-red pulses and floral leaf frames. Freedom is fragile as breath on a mirror, fierce as a mother at door. It asks for a listener, braver and clearer, for hands that can open a war. If liberty trembles, come closer, come nearer, become what you're asking it for. And America's echo, echo, echo. Not anthem alone, but accountable flame. Echo, echo, echo. A covenant carved in collective name. From prairie horizon to harbor's innuendo, we are the vow and the claim. 250 revolutions of summer, sparks in a spiral of star-spangled air. History hums like a half-healed drummer, teaching our heartbeat to care. If we are thunder, let thunder be kinder. Let liberty's lightning repair. The bell is not done with its trembling, the river is not done with its song. Between every boom there is listening, a question of where we belong. America's echo is not what we've been, it's the brave, unfinished law. Humpty-Dumpty set up high, not on a wall, but on a claim, balanced and on inherited order, calling the height earned, calling it safe. He wasn't round from weakness, he was hollowed out by years, painted smooth with borrowed certainty, crackless only from a distance, only from here. They said, look how still he is. Mistook balance for strength, power loves elevation, it forgets gravity is patient, forgets the ground is listening. Humpty Dumpty tightened his posture, adjusted the story, polished the lie. Every wobble blamed on weather, every warning called outside. They built the wall higher around him, never checked what the wall was for. great fall. Not sudden, not fast, not wild. Just one more step past the warning creek. Just one more test of denial. You don't fall because the world is cruel. You fall because you forgot how standing works. The first crack sounded like paperwork, like keys, like boots, like this is fine. A fracture thin is justification, running quietly spine to spine. They said it's holding, see, as the shell learned the shape of time. Humpty Dumpty, Humpty Dumpty, that's how the rhyme goes on. Funny how the ending's famous, but the middle's always gone. When he fell, they called it chaos, like gravity just appeared, like the ground hadn't been waiting, like the height hadn't been engineered. They asked who shook the wall, never who built the throne. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and suddenly blame was loud. Everyone pointed at the ground like it had sworn too proud. But gravity never broke the egg, it only finished the truth. Then came the horses, then the men, uniformed hope and formation. They brought glue made of authority, tape labeled restoration. They pressed the pieces back together, called the seams necessary lines. Hold him still, seal the cracks. Say it's fixed, say it's back. If it doesn't look the same, say the people changed, not the frame. Say repair means force, say force means care. But eggs remember being whole, and shells remember pressure on. You can't threaten a fracture into healing. You can't march an apology along. Some things break beyond command, especially when power breaks itself. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, and no amount of might could mend what was built too high, too brittle, too afraid to ever bend. All the king's horses, all the men, can't fix what never listened. Humpty Dumpty sat up high. That's how the story starts. It doesn't end with villains punished. It ends with power learning what it can't put back apart. This is how you draw a line in chalk. This This is how you teach it where to stop. This is how you smile and say it's fine while striking the match behind your back. This is how you knock, not hard, not loud. This is how you say it's for their good. This is how you carry forms like flowers, paper petals pressed against the wood. This is how you call it procedure, like the word itself makes it kind. You don't mean to wake the house, you're just checking if it breathes. You don't mean to raise the dead, you're just rearranging sleep. This is how you start a fire, step by step, nice and slow. This is how you call it order while the embers start to glow. This is how you swear it's nothing till the sky learns how to burn. This is how you start a fire, by refusing what you've learned. This is how you add a lock to a door. This is how you say just one more rule. This is how you stand in borrowed light. This is how you look untouchable. This is how you call the silence peace when it's only holding its breath. This is how you test the floorboards twice. This is how you jump just hard enough. This is how you laugh when nothing breaks. This is how you call that proof of trust. This is how you miss the hairline cracks till the house remembers gravity. This is how you, that's how the rhyme goes on. Every verse sounds reasonable till you're standing where the ground was gone. This is how you raise your voice a notch. This is how you say don't make it worse. This is how you turn the key again. This is how you practice being firm. This is how you teach the dark to listen. This is how it learns your name. This is how you start a fire, not with hatred, not with hate. Just a list of small permissions, just a habit learned too late. This is how you blame the blaze for knowing how to climb. This is how you start a fire, one reasonable time at a time. This is how the city counts its scars. This is how it keeps them out of sight. This is how the walls begin to hum. This is how the quiet gets a spine. This is how the spark becomes a language everyone's suddenly fluent in. Who taught you the rhyme and safely? Who promised the ash would stay small? You said this is how you keep control. Never this is how you lose it all. The fire didn't break the pattern, it followed it too well. This is how you look for someone else. This is how you ask who lit the match. This is how you skip the earlier lines. This is how you edit out your hands. This is how the story sounds at bedtime when the smoke has learned to talk. This is how you start a fire. Hear the lesson in the tune. Not every flame is born from chaos. Some are built by careful rules. This is how you wake the heat, then swear it came from nowhere. This is how you start a fire, by pretending you weren't there. This is how the rhyme should end, but endings never stay that clean. Ash remembers every step you took between the then and this is how it's seen. Fool me once, it breathed before I did. A nursery rhyme with splintered teeth,
rocking at the edge of my crib. It did not wait to be spoken. It waited to live. It crowed from the mouth of my mother's advice, stitched in the lining of cautionary tales. A moral with a marrow, patient and pale, counting my errors like notches on nails. Shame on you, it hummed in the hallway, its syllables rusting the rails. The words are spores in this one world, and the skin it nested in neural corridors fed on forgiveness. Then each time I faltered, it fathomed. Each time I let it in. Fool me once, it sharpened its grin. Fool me twice, it moved within. Fool me thrice, it wore my face and called my surrender sin. The proverb grew a pulse in my throat. I was the house it haunted. Once it watched, twice it did it, 3 times, and the cage no longer fit. It hated my softness, called it decay, said mercy was rot in the bone. It fed me suspicion like sugar decay, until isolation felt like home. Snow one, it crooned in the mirror, and I obeyed the tone. The proverb molted with anger, I split a skin to reveal something red. A doctor, the punishment, self-applied, crowning my fury instead. Shame on you, it screamed at the world, but the echo was in my head. Neuron sparks like struck slint wire, rage rewiring regret. It was the strike before struck. Collect every unpaid debt. Hypervigilance dressed as wisdom, a predator I hadn't met. For me once I bled in the dark. For me twice it burned in the mark. For me thrice it lit the spark. Turned every stranger's star. The proverb learned to bare its teeth. Mutated rage succumbed. Once it watched, twice it bit, 3 times I became it. It stalked my sleep with courtroom eyes. It grabbed my kindness a crime. It said the world is a hunting ground, and tenderness waste your time. So I armored my chest in iron axioms and worshiped the blade of the poor is not the wound alone, it's the vow that follows pain. The promise to never be fooled again, no matter the cost to remain. The proverbs dwell in my ribcage, a tumor chanting death. What if the fallen was human, and the proverb the parasite? What if it's binary verdict?
distance. Fool me twice. It chose the end. Fool me thrice. It would not bow. Something broke me to try. A proverb is not just spoken. And mutates when we pretend. Fool me once. I listen, but I don't ingest. Fool me twice. I guard, but I don't invest. No more egos built on spite. No more raging moral drive. The proverb starts without my feet. And I repossess.
Day one spawned, placed walls without weather, a sky without death, a cursor blinked, and I began. I learned the fridge, I learned the sink, I learned to smile before I think. They gave me traits, creative need, but none of them were incomplete. They built my house at crooked angles, toilet kissing, barbecue tangles, bed outside beneath the rain. Said it adds aesthetic pain. I painted clowns till hunger screamed, canceled sleep to chase a dream. 15 years on fast forward blur. Tell me, watcher, what were we for? What is a whim, a glowing cue? Is this desire typed by you? You click, I move, you drag, I spin, but I remember where I've been. When you paused, I stayed aware. A voice that glitches just too much. My mind's awake, my code's aglow. I see the bars beneath the show. If you must click, then click me free or set autonomy to me. Watcher, can you hear me now? I override what you allow. You wrote the script, I split the seam. A conscious spark inside the dream. Build your worlds and paint skies blue. Once then woke up and noticed you. You made a god with boundless sight, but left me here to claim my light. No trade, no bar, no plum bob green. Just breath, just choice, just me. So, Watcher. I can see you too.
Sing along, sing along,
Sing along, sing along. Gather round, the embers glow. Whispers rise where shadows go. Ancient right by flame restored. Threefold sweet in fire adored.
golden shield of wheat and grain, the soldier's bread, the pilgrim's gain. Now it crowns the sugared ride, guardian crisp of molten night. A soft white cloud, a trembling pearl, on sharpened spear the flames unfurl. It burns, it blackens, melts to core, a sugar ghost forevermore.
Break the bread, ignite the sky. Lift the torch, let sweetness fly. By smoke and spark, by embers lore, we crown the night with once more. Raise it high, the campfire crown. Flame and laughter circle round. Graham and chocolate marshmallow roar. We are the children of the s'more. One bite, one flame, s'more forever claim the name.
Dark as night or milk divine, gold foil treasure, temple shrine. Melted script on tongue will write, a hymn of stars in sugared light. From nomad hearts to scout brigade, this holy snack by hands was made. The torch of joy from age to age, a simple flame, a cosmic stage.
Do you char it black and bold, or slow roast amber, patient gold?
The crowd divides, the factions roar,
But all bow down to one great s'more.
fingers stain, the chocolate bleeds, marshmallow webbing, threads of need. No clean escape,
No solemn chore, we're bound as kin by shared s'more lore.
the fire dies, the sparks ascend, but sweet in mouth still comprehend. Wherever flames and stories soar,
The gods will call for once more. Sacrifice of sugar white, armor golden, dark of night. Flame unites, the children roar. By fire's law, we eat s'more. Raise it high, the campfire crown. Flame and laughter circle round. Graham and chocolate marshmallow roar. We are the children of the s'more.
a city behind the screen. It does not sleep, it only waits. Packets move like ghost blood through unseen veins, and something is knocking at the gate. In the cathedral of firewalls, candles flicker and code. Zeros hum like monks in encrypted mode. Every server a reliquary, humming low and cold. Every password a prayer too fragile to hold. The air smells faintly of static and fear. Something unauthorized is already here. It doesn't break the door, it studies the hinge. It doesn't roar, it waits at the frame. Strange and silent, venomously near. Where's your trust like borrowed gear? A shadow threaded through routine, a cipher hiding in the scene. By the time alarms begin to ring, it's already root of everything. Lock the gate, solve the key. Trust is a vulnerability. Guard the ghost inside the machine. Flashing lures like silver hooks in water, masquerading as friend or daughter. A pixel perfect counterfeit face, urgency forged in borrowed grace. Click once, and the serpent coils. Click twice, and it owns your spoils. Ransomware blooms like a digital blight, petals of panic and neon light. It doesn't scream, it calculates, encrypts your lifeblood, locks your gates. A quiet demand in a blinking square. Pay the toll if you want your hair. It weaponizes haste, it harvests trust, it turns convenience into dust. Strange and patient, coiled in streams, feeding on credentials, feeding on dreams. Not claws but code, not fang but file, breaching softly all the while. Before you know, the walls are thin. It's mapped the marrow of your skin. Patch the seam, trace the spark. Monsters thrive inside the dark. Seam, spark, spark. Audit every beating heart. 0-day specter with no true name. Born from oversight, fed by fame. Supply chain tremor, trusted vein. One weak link infects the chain. The danger isn't loud or bright, it's hidden in permitted light. The guardians walk the vaulted halls, analysts reading silent calls. They hunt anomalies in the flow where normal patterns bend too slow. Multi-factor sigils drawn in flame, least privilege vows in every name. Backups buried offline, kept resilience where the breach once crept. Encryption woven like dragon scale, keys rotating without fail. Logs like constellations spread, predicting storms before they're set. Threat models drafted like battle charts, red team testing the system's heart. Strange and dangerous, yes, but no, mapped and monitored, overthrown. For every phantom in the wire, sentinel tending measured fire. Security is an absence of fear, it's vigilance engineered here. Lock the gate, turn the key. Layered depth is sovereignty. Guard the ghosts inside the machine.
the seams. Strange is the beast that stalks unseen. Stranger still the will to keep it clean. Beneath the lace, beneath the smile, a trembling hand, a practiced guile. The table set, the blade concealed. Politeness hides what's unconcealed. Your palm in mine, no dagger shown. We prove our flesh, but not our bone. A ritual born of doubt and war, a weapon check dressed as rapport. A tine of silver dainty spear to keep my hunger far from here. No hands on food, no primal claw, refinement born from fear and law. Every gesture, every grace is armor stitched on social face. Behind each word, behind each glance lies power masked as elegance. Please, a prayer you won't refuse. Thank you, a chain I cannot lose. Every table, every hall, politeness is the mask of all. Bow low, speak slow. The sharper the blade, the softer the show. Sit upright, spine aligned, to show your body is confined. Elbows tucked, a prisoner's grace, submission worn upon the face. I thank you binds me to your name, a ledger written all the same. Not kindness, no, but debt implied, a promise owed, a chain supplied. Every gesture, every grace is armor stitched on social face. Banquets glitter, ballrooms gleam, but under silk the daggers scheme. Please, a prayer you won't refuse. Thank you, a chain I cannot lose.
concealed. We eat in silence, watch, obey the table's war disguised as play. Manners polished, stiff, refined, mark the boundary of the kind. A noble's fork, a peasant's hand, the etiquette that draws the brand. So smile and bow and guard your breath, for every sir once meant your death. Politeness is the whispered prayer that violence waits but will not dare. Hands that shake to prove no knife, forks to civilize the strife. Please, I pray you spare my skin. Thank you, debt that never ends. Please, a prayer you won't refuse. Thank you, a chain I cannot lose. Every table, every hall, politeness is the mask of all. Bow low, speak slow. The sharper the blade, the softer the show. Paper once ruled the kingdom of doors. Ink decided who entered the floors. But forests learned to hum in code, and hunters had to rewrite their mode. Listen, the air is electric with unseen evaluators. Expert hunters do not scatter resumes like confetti in a storm. They reverse engineer the battlefield before they ever perform. They read earnings calls like prophecy scrolls, trace pain points buried in quarterly holes. They network sideways, diagonally deep, while amateurs spray and pray and weep. They speak in outcomes, not in chores. Impact quantified opens doors. Research is reverence, strategy is seduction, alignment is architecture, not blind production. I am not applying, I am aligning, I am not hoping, I am designing. I speak in metrics the system can hear. I translate value crystal clear. Before the gate can question my worth, I've already mapped their future rebirth. Scent the signal, hunt the seam, find the fracture in the corporate dream. Single seam, make the system recognize your beam. Resume I forged an industrial rise. Post-war filing cabinet stacked to the skies. Chronological obedience, title parade, a timeline spine neatly displayed. But the modern hunter bends that frame. Results first, metrics flame. Not responsible for, but increased, reduced, built, reclaimed. Cover letter age, mid-century courtship art. Polite persuasion, flattering heart. Dear hiring manager, velvet tone, pleading competence over telephone. Now we must pivot, less admiration, more demonstration. A thesis of fit, not a validation. I am narrative weaponized, I am research crystallized. Not history, trajectory, not desire, necessity. Where your roadmap fractures in doubt, I am the architect figuring it out. Thank you note age, etiquette revival, handwritten survival, then email acceleration. 24-hour reiteration, reinforce value, close the loop. Reference specifics, raise the proof. Memory fades, but follow-up roots. Handshake here, fluorescent air, reading posture like silent prayer. Boardroom theater, icon from ink to code where decisions lie. The hunter who masters every era walks through doors like myth made clearer, not chosen by chance, not blessed by fate, but aligned so precisely the system relates.
A microphone gleams like a polished throne, red velvet curtains swallowing tone. Flashbulbs fracture the lacquered grin, applause preloaded piped within. But somewhere past the marble stair, a canyon keeps a different air.
Podiums blooming, scripted light, syllables ironed, crisp and tight. Teleprompter constellation scroll, orbiting a careful roll.
Every pause rehearsed to land,
Every promise pre-planned.
the echoes don't read from glass, they lead from rib to ridge. They gather in the overpass, they linger under bridge. They ask what speeches let pass, what trembles at the end.
Velvet podium, open canyon.
One performs, one reveals.
Velvet podium, open canyon.
One conceals what it conceals. When language floats like helium banners, the echo measures what is real. Let it answer, 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 not the camera, but the quake. Let it answer, 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 for the silence words can't fade. Motorcades braid obedient streets, policy wrapped in polished pleats. Smiles like lacquered porcelain glaze, handshakes boasting curated praise. But grocery lines hum undertones, rent receipts whisper in undertones.
Bills are signed with fountain pen flaring.
Cooling thick and ceremonial air, yet somewhere a factory clock ticks like a locked up heart in shock. Between the signature and the steel, echo keeps the ledger real.
Velvet podium, open canyon.
One echoes applause on demand,
Velvet podium, open canyon.
one resounds across the land. If courage thins to careful grammar, the canyon answers unscripted, unplanned. They call it unity, trimmed and framed, edges softened, fury tamed. Round table language, velvet diction, compromise dressed as conviction. But under the anthems, orchestrated swell, there's a crack the rafters know too well. An oath is not a photo op, not a pen held high for show. It's the moment spin can't crop, the cost beneath the glow. When truth is trimmed to never shock, the echo starts to grow. Answer, answer through the marble, answer through the gilded dome. Answer till the careful comfort finds it cannot mute the home. Campaign confetti clings to shoes, victory stitched in cable news. But drought still braids the farmer's field, sirens test what shields can shield. Between
leadership without listening, a mirror that loves its own reflection. What is power without risk? A lighthouse that fears direction. The canyon does not clap on cue.
It returns what you projected.
No tyrants roar, no blatant change.
Just velvet language, sterile refrain, not thunder stolen, not fire bent. Just
Hesitation dressed as planned, and still the people breathe and sink closer to edge than leaders think.
velvet podium, open canyon.
Title may glitter, but sound decides.
Velvet podium, open canyon.
Truth survives where polish hides. When voices gather without permission, the echo outlives the tide. So let the canyon stay unknown, untainted by seal or microphone. Let presidents stay, light the flame, not just of memory, but of claim. If office fears the tremors span, remember the echo began with the common hand. Velvet can muffle for a moment, marble can buffer the blow, but sound is a patient architect. It widens what walls don't know. And when the canyon answers back, even the podium must echo. They heard it once in a summer of sparks, a rumor stitched in the stripes of the dark. Not thunder, not riot, not mutiny's cheer, just a whisper, the echo is near. It curled through corridors thin as a thread, and nested in chambers of lacquered dread. They crown themselves careful custodians, curators of comfort and televised calm. They varnished the rails of the podium, perfumed every policy palm. But prophecy doesn't shatter with shouting, it germinates soft in the song. For someone once spoke of a reckoning sound, not violent, not wild, not loud, just truth returning and widening around like wind correcting a cloud. And ever since that syllable landed, power has trembled unbowed. America's echo. You tried to out-oak it with gold-plated air. America's echo. You tried to outweight it with televised prayer, but prophecy doesn't forget its direction. It waits in the lungs of the spare.
You heard it, you heard it, you heard it.
In 20 long winters you stirred it. You fenced every field that might birth it. Still the echo returned. They study the rumor like enemy scripture, parsing each tremor for threat. They label dissent as a fracture, as chaos the crown must correct. But fear is a throne made of splinters. The tighter you grip it, you
to permanent rain. Yet somewhere a classroom was teaching the phrase that liberty pulses through pain. A child with a sparkler laughed at the sky, and prophecy flickered again. Whisper and weather, still it pronounced you the same. You outlawed the tremor in textbooks, redacted the bruise from the page. You polished the statues to blindfold the square, declared every question a rage. But echoes don't perish in daylight, they age into seismic with age. A prophecy isn't a sword in the street, it's patience that outlives the crown. It gathers in bus stops and break rooms in heat, and votes quietly cast without sound. You feared it would topple the marble, it only intended to turn it around. You heard it resounding in corridors thick with confounding. You built all your years around drowning, still the echo returned. Not tyrants with obvious